kid, as a little girl, that was very sentimental to me, that was totally ruined, Your Honor.
And later,
I told him that I was not prepared to go off trail. I was only prepared to go on a normal hike. I felt pressured and a lot of anxiety over going off trail with someone who I had known for only a month.
we're back with the case of Megan Thomas, who blamed Jalissa White for destroying her purse with acetone.
What happens next?
Well, the nail techs and her, that you know, they tried to clean it out. They got some tabs and napkins and stuff, tried to clean it out or what have you. And you know, at the time, you know, it wasn't as bad as it is now, cause you know it just happened. But my passport was ruined. My, you know, it was important. You know, the money order receipts that was ruined. It was just, I had a lot of things.
You
I
bring up her
also had a picture of my grandmother and myself as a kid, as a little girl, that was very sentimental to me, that was totally ruined, Your Honor.
All right, I know that's difficult. Did you bring the purse in?
I did, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'd like to see that.
Yes, ma'am. As you can see, the inside and the bottom part is ruined. My $600.
That's not $600 right
Yes,
there.
ma'am, it
No.
is. Your Honor,
She takes the.
Your Honor, I have the
That's not $600 purse.
I have the receipt.
I don't think that's $600 purse.
Ma'am, please, ma'am.
You say it ain't even leather? Let me see the receipt for this purse. At the Queen of Diamonds boutique. Okay. Purse was $600 plus tax. Do they still sell this purse?
I don't know, Your Honor. I honestly don't know.
Did you try to look up to see if you could replace the bag?
Yes, ma'am, I did. And they didn't have that specific color. When I bought the purse, I bought it for a particular outfit that I had, and they didn't have that specific color. They had all different colors.
And you had your purse, sitting
On
on
the hook, you know, it's a, like, at the nail salon, and I know you frequent as well, Your Honor. They have hooks, like, where
Yes,
you can,
on the side,
on the
you
side,
can put your
yes,
bag.
ma'am, where you can hook your bag up. And it was open because, in the midst of me sitting down, I went into my purse to get my phone out to show Kevin, the nail tech, the design that I wanted for that specific set. So that's how it ended up being open.
When
I
the
just did it.
acetone went
Yes,
flying.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because I went in and got my phone to show him.
All right, so hold on, Ms. White, I
wanted.
want to go back to you. When you see that you flipped and you telling your story, the acetone goes in her purse and her bag, and you all trying to clean it up, what do you say to her?
Well, I apologize to her. I said, I'm sorry. You know, that was
Not
I
an
grabbed a towel and clean it out.
No.
And I was like, well, you know, accidents happen.
Exactly.
All right.
Not an apology, just a, okay, well, whatever. Just
So
blow
you
off.
felt like she basically just blew this off?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And so did you feel like the acetone, or could you see the damage to her bag, Ms. White, at the time?
No, because she took it and went with it. I mean, Miss Kim had it in her hands and she was writing it down and Kevin had it and he was trying to clean out the inside and then she just took it and snatched it. Whoever left the bottle open, it's not my fault. I mean, it should be the salon's fault.
You haven't been doing what you was doing?
That's me. I'm just
Listen,
come on, let's talk about it.
Let me tell you something.
I can't go back to the
Ms.
nail
White,
shop.
Ms. White, that's the thing about accidents. They're not on purpose. They aren't planned and they aren't intentional. It's just something that happens. In the process of servicing clients, an open acetone bottle is a very reasonable possibility at a nail salon. It would be different if you said that it was in some odd place, maybe, but it's basically where it should be at the time it should be there for the purpose of servicing clients. It just so happened because you've admitted in open court that you are just a very gregarious, you're a very outspoken and animated person. Things like that happen. And when they do happen, you offer to remedy the situation. It is the opinion and the decision of this court that at the time that the damage happened, numbered, because you can't really see how much damage is gonna happen until it dries.
Right.
But she lost significant things, and you can see that the whole bottom of the purse is stained from it, not to mention the inside is damaged. Now, you can't control whether you knock acetone on a $6 purse, a $60 purse, or a $636 purse.
You really think that $630?
Well, unfortunately for you, she actually brought a receipt. And the receipt matches the bag, and so this court has to honor the evidence. Now, if you would have brought in a receipt for a bag that didn't cost that much and say, Your Honor, look at this bag for $136. This is her same bag, but you didn't present any of that evidence. Do you have it?
No.
Therefore, it's the order of this court, judgment for the plaintiff for $636. Court is adjourned.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
rise. Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $636.
I told you.
Yeah, French toys.
I can't even go back to my
We
house.
are
That's
doing
you.
French toys.
That's your fault.
You're right. I'm gonna leave something. I'm gonna tell them I'm gonna talk.
Jalisa, honey, no,
I
no,
can't
no.
do this. I'm in a courthouse with my nails not done.
Coming up,
Why not just say, no, thank you. I'll just do this hike.
Well,
I had a great time
told him
doing
I
this.
had reservations and that I didn't want to do it, but he just kept egging me on.
Lauren Hopper claims her date pressured her to hike off trail. And while she was trying to keep up, she fell on slippery rocks. Chandler Howard says Ms. Hopper didn't object to the activity and told him she was an expert hiker.
Good day, everyone. This is the
5
case of
hours.
Hopper versus Howard. Ms. Hopper.
5
you are
hours.
suing Mr. Howard for $3,075.50 for personal injury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell the court, how were you injured?
We went on a hike as a third date, and when he decided that we were going to go off trail to see a special surprise, I told him that I was not prepared to go off trail. I was only prepared to go on a normal hike. I felt pressured and a lot of anxiety over going off trail with someone who I had known for only a month. There were large rocks at the beginning, and then as we progressed further, the rocks got a lot smaller and more treacherous and slippery, and he was going much farther ahead than I was. I was much farther behind, and I felt nervous that he was going to leave me, so I tried to pick up the pace.
So when he convinced you to go on this hike, you were nervous about going, and then he hiked way up ahead of you and wasn't there to spot you?
Correct.
What kind of date was this, Mr. Howard?
It was supposed to be an adventurous hiking date, Your Honor.
All right. You couldn't help the lady on the side
I
of
was
the
staying
canyon?
close. Lauren had mentioned earlier that she was an expert hiker, so I thought
Oh,
she
when
was
did
gonna
she
be.
mention she was an expert hiker? Because she seems like a nervous walker.
Coming up,
I go into the water, and my foot gets caught between two of the rocks, and it twists one way, and I twist the other way.
we're back with the case of Lauren Hopper, who brought Chandler Howard to court over a disastrous third date.
Did you express any concern about hiking being the activity of choice for the third date, Ms. Hopper?
No, I actually do like hiking. I have hiked previously in my life. So when he said the name of the trail, I said that sounds great. And as soon as we hung up, I looked up the trail to get familiar with it. It was about a 2-mile hike round trip. I thought, that's fine, I can do that. It said moderately advanced. It wasn't an issue until he said, let's go off trail.
Why not just say, no, thank you. I'll just do this hike.
Well,
I had a great time
told him
doing
I had
this.
reservations and that I didn't want to do it, but he just kept egging me on. So we go up trail, and there's this rock bed that has a little stream running through it, and it seems fine at first because there's a lot of large rocks that are easily manageable, but the farther along we got on this trail, the rocks kind of spaced out and the water got higher
Yes.
up, so there was more.
30 minutes break sometimes.
Yes.
I jumped from one rock to the next, and more like a little hop, and my foot kind of slides over the top of this rock, and I brace myself
Yeah,
on my
damn.
arm, but I go
You wanna
into
go
the
home?
water and my foot gets caught
We have
between
10
two of
hours.
the rocks, and
Okay?
it twists one way and I twist the other way, and I yell out in pain, and that's when I turned around and saw that I had fallen in.
Why weren't you behind her? Why weren't you leading her? Why weren't you holding her hand, her arm, or why weren't you positioned so that if something did happen to her, she didn't have to yell?
You said what?
I thought she was
oh, you're
capable
done.
of- It was that big of a
So
deal.
when you asked for her to go off trail, did you sense the hesitation? Was that obvious to you?
She was a little hesitant at first, but I thought it was just because she didn't really have been to the spot before. She didn't really know where we were going.
Thank you.
Judge Lake's verdict when We the People returns.
This is what you call a terrible accident. The question then becomes, is Mr. Howard responsible for the accident? Or did you take the risk on yourself to go hiking in an area that you were unfamiliar with? You took the risk. Now I'll say this, as a woman, you need to be empowered enough to say what you can do, how much you can do, and if you're not comfortable doing anymore, that's okay. And I feel you, when you like a guy, you just want to hang out and you want to seem like the cool, easy, breezy, beautiful girl, right? That's how it is. So I understand this. I hate that you got injured on the hike. I hope that you've healed, and I hope that you will hike again because it's a great way to exercise and find peace. But at the end of the day, you're responsible for your own injuries in this instance. With that said, judgment for the defendant, court is adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case is dismissed.
I think the judge made a correct, honest, answer here. I think it really shows who you are as a person. I was starting to fall in love, but I feel let down, so.
I respect the judge's word, and I will take what she said to heart.
Joseph Richter claims his ex-fiancée threw his engagement ring after they argued during a hiking trip, losing the ring forever. Daniel McEwen says he was overwhelmed by the heat, and it's not his fault the plaintiff can't catch. All rise! Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lauren Lake presiding.
You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Sean. Thank you. Good day, everyone. This is the case of Richter versus McEwen. Mr. Richter, you
So
are
I'm bringing
suing
some
Mr.
coins
McEwen
out,
for
not too much, right? So you can maintain the
$7,350,
line.
the cost of a ring. You say
Or you
was
want much?
booked away on a hiking trip.
Okay.
And the defendant, Mr. McEwen, says it's not your fault that the plaintiff can't catch.
Correct.
All right, well, I want to hear what happened here. Mr. Richter, I'll start with you.
So we were just celebrating our engagement. I proposed him 11 months prior, 1 month ago. I got him a Aurora engagement ring, and he just was upset. We got to our trip for Death Valley. I surprised him with the trip, made sure to have all of our supplies together, and have emergency supplies all run together.
Okay.
By the time we got there,
What'd you plan on doing at this trip?
we were planning on going up to a destination, which would be on top of the mountain that we were going
Okay,
hiking.
so hiking.
Yes, hiking. Yes, 14 miles, but nothing that he hasn't done before. We're a very adventurous couple. That's actually one of the reasons why I was so attracted to him in the first place, was because we met at a sail race, San Martin. So about 3 years ago.
All right, so you are an adventurous couple.
Yes.
Did you both plan this trip, or was this trip planned by just you and it was a surprise?
It was planned by me, but as soon as I presented it, surprisingly with the trip, he already knew where we were going. He knew the history of Death Valley. So, I mean, he knew what to prepare, what to expect.
Your Honor, I didn't find out where we were going until the day of. So it wasn't like I had much time to prepare.
Oh, so it was kind of a
It
surprise
was a
trip.
surprise, yes.
That's the whole point of the surprise. A surprise
A
trip.
surprise, so how would I prepare for a surprise?
But you had 1 day, and even then you could have said no. You didn't say no. Maybe you said, let's go. And you were excited about it.
Were you excited, Mr. McEwen?
Your Honor, I was excited about the trip. As Joe was saying, we are an
Really
adventurous
always
couple.
great.
I didn't realize until we got to Death Valley that he was really ill prepared. I would like to present some evidence.
I'd like to see it, please.
Thank you.
So you say he wasn't prepared.
He was not prepared.
How was he not prepared?
In Death Valley, it always has these really large temperature changes. So from the bottom to the top, it's like drastic.
Which he knew about prior.
I knew about the day of. He keeps saying prior as if I knew a week or two in advance. I knew when we got
Okay,
in the car together.
did you know before you stepped foot out and started climbing up?
Yes. But Joe had already claimed that he had prepared everything. He was like, I have the bag, I have the water, I have the trekking poles, which we didn't have. We ran out of water 6 miles into the hike. I was having sickness, my body was swelling. I told Joe that we just couldn't continue the hike anymore.
So you asked to go back down. You
I
didn't want to
did.
continue.
Halfway through, I asked to go back down.
And so what happened?
We got into an argument, and I basically told Joe I couldn't do it anymore. So I took the ring off. I nodded to Joe that I was going to toss it to him. He nodded back.
That's not what happened.
And I tossed the ring. He
That's
threw his hands out.
definitely not what happened.
The ring dropped on the ground. We both searched for about 5 minutes. And again, I was just in a
You tossed a ring on the side of a mountain? You were hiking?
I'm sorry, we searched for 5 minutes?
Joe, I
5
searched for 5 minutes. Yes,
Yes,
I was going through trauma and pain, Joe.
You searched for
I
5
told you I
minutes.
wanted to
I searched for the dark.
Let's get some order. I want to understand this. What possessed you? I don't care how hot you were. I don't care. Why would you take the ring off? Because of an argument?
My finger was literally swollen, Judge. As you can see from the evidence, it was 116 degrees when we started.
That's too hot to be hiking, but yes.
But I want to also add that it was extremely hot that day, and it was not the normal temperature that it should have been, because that's the reason why we went out there.
But did anybody check the temperature before you went up to see what it was going to be that day?
You know, with weather change, it fluctuates, so you never know until you actually get there some of the time.
Coming up,
You nod or you didn't see the ring coming?
I didn't see the ring. It's a ring. It's not like it's a baseball.
He did not.
I'm just, no.
Funny is that baseball, you play baseball, you should have caught the ring.
and later,
I tried talking to the pastor, and the only thing that he said is he's just gonna pray for me because I need Jesus.
we're back with a dispute between Joseph Richter and his former fiancee, Daniel McEwen, over a lost engagement ring.
What would possess you to take the ring off and toss it to Mr. Richter?
The argument really was about my well-being. I just felt like he was inconsiderate of me and how I was feeling. Again, we're the only ones who are really on this mountain. So to continue to go to the top where I'm already feeling sick, if something happens to me, we're stuck there.
How did the argument escalate so far that you felt like when you took this ring off to toss it to him, Mr. McEwen, you were deciding that it was over? Like you was ending the whole relationship on the side of the mountain?
And the worst part about
It's
it,
typical of how a relationship goes. You know, we go on all of these adventures.
I'm sorry, who blocked two?
It's really because
Who blocked two? I'm sorry,
I'm
not you.
or you're just gonna continue to do
Well, you did it with two, so let me interrupt you.
So, hold on. Is this the first time you all broke up?
Yes, in the 3 years that we've been together, we have been, yes, exactly. We have never had an issue. We've always communicated every day.
So at the point where you've gotten angry, you're hot, you're tired, y'all in an argument because you don't think he's respecting and cares about your well-being, you get so mad you take the ring off. You say you look at him like you're gonna toss it, and then you say, yes, Mr. Richter, toss it. You nod or you didn't see the ring coming?
I didn't do the ring. It's a ring. It's not like it's a baseball.
He did not.
I'm just, no.
Funny is that baseball, you play baseball, so you should have caught the ring.
Boy, it's a ring, not a baseball.
So, Mr. Richter, what I want to know is, did you nod and say to him?
Yes, he did.
I did not, Your Honor.
He did.
I didn't even know. At that point, we were arguing. It was heated. I didn't realize that he was going to
Because that don't even sound like an argument.
Right.
When you're arguing with somebody, you want to take a ring off and throw it. I mean, that's one motion. Off, throw.
Your Honor, I wish that I could get you to understand
Your Honor, I
the
also want to
extreme
add
conditions that
this.
we
Not
were
only
in.
did he throw the ring, like you said, he spent the 5 minutes looking for that ring. I spent until it was dark as
Your Honor,
night
it was so hot
before
that the
he got there.
coyotes were like skipping across the burning
And then to make it worse, he goes all the way down the mountain, waits in the car, And then we start arguing, and then he breaks off everything.
And so you never found the ring?
No.
All right.
I would like to state, Your Honor, that the ring wasn't insured as well.
As I already stated, yes.
Does anybody have a receipt for the ring? Do you have it, Mr. Richter? May I see it, please?
Thank you.
And so let me ask you this, when you came down the mountain and cooled off, did you all get back together?
No, he actually blocked me. I reached out to him repeatedly before coming here today. That's the only reason why I'm here today, because this man decided to
I see
take
the
the
receipt
cheap
for the
way
ring,
out.
$7,350.
Yes, that's correct.
Custom diamond setting.
And customized as well.
Your Honor, I was just done with jail at the end of that day. Him not caring about my well-being, him, again, literally, I was almost on my knees on this mountain.
So this this argument is rooted in something that happened before you ever went hiking.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
I cannot see.
Absolutely, but it just sounds like you just don't want to communicate about anything.
You
which is why you
don't know.
No, why?
Okay, Joe.
No, tell me, say it.
I've already said it. You don't consider my feelings or my well-being.
It's give me a day and time then.
Anytime we've ever gone on a trip, Joe, how many times have I said to you, hey, why don't we just go somewhere? Maybe we go to a nice island, we can relax, we can do this. And it's always, oh, maybe, okay, next time. And we do whatever it is that you want to do. And I
I'm sorry,
for
didn't you
3
like
years because I do love you. But I can't do this anymore.
What I'm
Georgia,
hearing is,
I'm located in
Mr.
Georgia.
Richard, you are the real
Georgia,
adventurous one.
USA.
And because Mr. McEwen loved you, wanted to be in a relationship with you, he just wanted to experience whatever you wanted to experience and be with you, although that was not necessarily his choice. With that said, you know, Mr. McEwen, I can understand how this kind of hike would make you want to tell Mr. Richter to take a hike, right? I can see how you could be on the side of this mountain like, now see, now I'm bit off more than I can chew, because I don't want to be here. I'm hot, I don't feel well, I'm scared, right? And then your adventurous partner is like, no, you can do it, you can do it. I get that. But this is not the time to take off a very valuable ring that you've been given and decide you're going to get so mad, you're going to throw it to him. Now, an engagement ring is a conditional gift in many ways. There are various ways that states and courts have ruled on this, but in most instances, it's viewed as a gift in condition, right? On condition that something happens, and that is the marriage. You did not handle that appropriately. It was actually extremely negligent, and you had no business taking such a valuable thing off, throwing it across the mountain. And for that reason, you haven't even gotten married. It is the determination of this court. Judgment of the plaintiff for $7,350. Court is adjourned.
All rise. Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $7,350.
I'm so done with you.
As you
Honestly, like, I'm
No,
don't talk
be done. No, be done with me. I'm not going to trip the Fiji.
Please go to the trip. Don't come back. Actually,
I went to.
One more
I got trust issues down to you because your goofy self.
All right, gentlemen, let's go. Coming up.
Did you realize there was a church revival going on at the time?
Yes, I was aware.
Oh, you did know that?
Yes.
How did you know? Because the signage outside?
Not just the signage, but the loud music itself.
All right.
He intentionally likes to just interrupt our services because he's an atheist.
Willard Nicholas claims disruptions from a neighbor during his church revival caused donations to come up short. Eddie Colon says he tried to talk to the pastor, but was ignored, so he had to take matters into his own hands.
Good day, everyone.
Good day.
This is the case of Nicholas versus Cologne. Mr. Nicholas, you are suing Mr. Cologne for $2,500 for disrupting your church revival. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am, that's correct.
And the defendant says he should not have to pay. He didn't do anything wrong, right?
That is true.
I want to start with you, Mr. Nicholas. What happened?
I am suing this man because he interrupted my revival. We was trying to raise $4,000, but we came up short due to his behavior. And, you know, we need this money for the community. We have several outreach programs that we have.
What was happening?
Well,
You're having a revival in a church or outside?
inside the church, we do it 7 days straight. Once in the morning and once in the evening.
How close is his house to the church?
His house is literally next door. He's my neighbor. but he likes to get out and play loud music, loud rock music, and interfere with the church services that we have every Sunday.
Did you realize it was a church revival going on at the time?
Yes, I was aware.
Oh, you did know that?
Yes.
How did you know? Because the sign was outside?
Not just the signage, but the loud music itself that they were
The
playing.
loud music that they were playing?
Yes.
At the revival?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
he intentionally likes to just interrupt our services because he's an atheist.
How long have you been living next to this church, Mr. Cologne?
I'd say for about maybe 2 months now. I relocated for a job. I've tried talking to the pastor, and the only thing that he said is he's just going to pray for me because I need Jesus.
I'm very approachable. You can talk to me anytime.
Coming up,
He got at some of my congregation members and was like, I'm feeling sick, I can't sleep.
we're back with the case of Willard Nicholas, who brought Eddie Cologne to court over a disrupted church revival.
So you're trying to raise money,
Trying to raise money.
and how many evenings is this that the music goes up? How many times have you been trying to do the revival and the music is loud?
Well, my congregation, I handed them flyers to hand out to the people in the community so we can get offerings and donations for the revival. But he circulated a petition to stop all that from happening. He got at some of my congregation members and was like, I'm feeling sick, I can't sleep, I can't do this, I can't do that. So he kind of like threw a monkey wrench in the program of me raising money for the revival. So we came up short on the money.
Well, how much money you think you lost because of Mr. Cologne's music?
Well, I have evidence right here because last year we made $4,000.
All right.
And this year we only made $1,500.
Okay.
So you understand, we need that $2,500 that I'm suing for. We really need this money because we got a lot of homeless people. We got pregnant women and their kids. We need to feed them. We need to provide some shelter for all type of people.
Do you own that home or do you rent it?
I am currently renting the home.
All right. So it's just been 60 days.
Yes.
People have a right to use and quiet enjoyment of their home. Meaning when they rent a place, they own it. You have a right to be able to enjoy yourself inside your home, doing the things you love to do. But you have to be mindful of neighbors. There's courtesy, right? You have to be mindful of how your actions could affect another. Not both of you. You are a church, but you also live right next to a residential home.
Judge Lake's verdict when We the People returns.
That conducting a revival at night after 6, 7 o'clock when others could be resting is the smartest thing to do when potentially you could have done the revival maybe earlier in the day.
I mean, no other tenant has complained. He's the first tenant that lived in that house that's complained.
But there's always somebody. I don't know about
Always
you,
somebody, that's
but
right.
I've lived on enough streets to know. Mr. Cologne might be a terrible neighbor. He might even be a jerk. But he's not liable for the $2,500 you did not make. Because there is no way for you to prove that the church would have made that money. You can't prove that definitively. Mr. Nicholas, what I advise is when you're doing your revivals, next time, make them earlier in the day. Mr. Cologne, when they let you know what time it's gonna be, let it be sometime when he at work. Do it during the week. Do it sometime where he's not around until his lease is up. And then you need to get yourself another place to live.
Amen, hallelujah.
This is a waste of everybody's time. You could be in there trying to save some more souls,
Save
Mr.
souls,
Nicholas.
that's what I
Gentlemen, for the defendant, court is adjourned.
All rise. Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case is dismissed.
You know what, man, I don't even believe this, man. When I'm a road the judge, I respect her. But you, I don't respect you. And I ain't gonna love my neighbor. I ain't gonna do that. Not me. Not this lifetime. Lord, forgive me.
You could probably enjoy it.
But yeah, you need to move. You need to sing spot. In a real way.
Trisha Campbell claims her ex-husband pocketed the money she paid for their daughter's security deposit. Delius Brown says his ex-wife didn't contribute as much financially as he did, so he should keep the deposit.
All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lauren Lake presiding.
You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Sean. Good day, everyone.
Good day.
This is the case of Gamble versus versus Brown. Ms. Gamble, you are suing Mr. Brown, your ex-husband, you say for a stolen security deposit in the amount of $1,500. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Mr. Brown, you say you don't owe your ex a thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, tell us how this dispute started, Ms. Gamble.
Yes, ma'am. Well, our daughter needed money to move into an apartment because the current place that she was living, the conditions were horrible. So everything happened so fast. We were having a dinner at my place, and
Who was at the dinner?
my ex-husband,
Okay.
and our daughter.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I like that co-parenting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're having dinner, and what comes up?
Well, she begins to tell us about the issues that she's having with her roommates. They are breaking her things. And this was like the straw that broke the camel's back. She told us that her roommates put dirty dishes in the restroom. They stained her sofa,
Okay.
clothes.
So they was nasty and the
Yes.
vibe was off.
Yes,
All right, so Mr. Brown, you remember this dinner?
Yes, I do.
And you remember your daughter expressing that her roommates weren't really respecting her property and they were not very neat.
Yes, I do. She has to get out of there.
She needs to get out of there.
She has to get out of there.
All right, so what happened?
well, she said she found a place and we were really excited about it. And she told us that she needed $6,100 to move in. And so she gave us the itemized numbers. And so one of the numbers was $1,500 for the security deposit. And then the rest was rent, which they were requiring all of that
Correct.
upfront.
First and last month's rent or just
Yes.
first?
First, last month's rent,
And
plus
security deposit?
a security deposit.
Wow. All right. And so you all are discussing this at the dinner table,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then what happens, Mr. Brown? You can take it from here. What happens?
From here, I told her I could co-sign for her, my daughter, that I can pay the first month's rent and the last month's rent. She can also help me with half with the first month's rent. And so that's what we did with her $1,500 security deposit.
Daddy, you said this what I'm gonna cover, and what about the rest? You jumped in and said you gonna do it, Mom?
I jumped in at the word security deposit.
All right. Did you bring proof to court that you paid the security deposit?
Yes, ma'am, I gave my daughter a Zelle
All right.
so that she could pay it because it was her name and her dad's name on the lease.
All right. So you
So I
sent to
sent her
Zelle
the money.
for
Yes,
your
ma'am.
contribution.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so here's proof of that. I see it here. To Ms. Brown, this will be a good time for me to hear from you, ma'am. Step up to the podium. You've already been sworn in, so state your name for the court.
Hello, I'm Taria Brown.
Hi, Taria. So you told your parents you needed $6,100 to move.
Mm-hmm.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
So you're 21 years old. All right, you graduated from college?
Yes.
And so when you asked your parents for this money, did you say, I need you to loan me or give it to me?
I said I needed help giving. I didn't say anything about loaning.
She asked
All
me,
right.
we jumped in. We
And you jumped in, you admitted
That's right,
that.
that's right. I
You
jumped in,
said,
co-signed.
I'll co-sign, you need to get out of there.
That's right, yes.
All right. And so there was never any discussion about paying that.
No.
So, Mr. Brown, you were a willing and able co-lessee for your daughter.
Yes.
You both were on the lease together. And did you have to give any money too?
I paid half the first month's rent and $2,300 to the last month's rent. The first month's rent, the half we both paid was $1,150.
All right, so you paid $1,150. You said we both paid it. So did you split the $1,150 in half, or did
$1,150
you
in half.
each pay $1,150, which would equal $2,300?
Mm-hmm.
We each paid $1,150 for the first month, and then we went to the leasing office and paid that. The last month we paid that too, so altogether I paid $3,450.
All right, and you did that willingly?
Of course, this is my baby girl.
All right, so what happens, Ms. Gamble, where you decide you need to sue for this $1,500?
You know, most people know the word deposit means you put money down, you get it back if you return the
That's what you
place
think you get it back.
in good order. So,
And did you make that clear that I'm gonna give this $1,500 security deposit because I want my money back when you move out? Did you say that?
She did.
Coming up,
Why didn't you say, oh, remember your mom gave the security deposit, I gotta give her this $1,500 back?
Because she's already doing her thing. Like the money was owed to me because she didn't help it with anything else.
And later,
I did not know that he was going to be aggressive and absolutely go Cujo on my door and destroy it.
It's not the case, Your Honor. It's not the truth.
we're back with the case of Trisha Gamble, who brought her ex-husband, Darius Brown, to court over a stolen security deposit.
What I said was.
So anytime you're in Georgia, I will braid your hair,
With the
okay?
understanding that when they got it back, I would give it. That's why I put it on the Zelle, security deposit.
So how long did you live in this apartment, Ms. Brown?
I lived in this apartment for about a year.
For a year. And so, Mr. Brown, I'd like to hear from you. So once you and your daughter, you guys are both on the lease, when you get the money back, the security deposit, why didn't you give it back to Ms. Gamble?
Well, because I told my daughter here that she could just pay me the $1,500 and she don't have to worry about that from the last month's rent. And she was all
So
clear.
why? Because your daughter was supposed to, you split the rent as well as both being on the lease, so you always paid the $1,150 every month or just on the first month?
I paid every month. So even the $2,300, I spent $34 in initial fees, and I didn't get any return on that. So that $1,500 that she gave for the security deposit.
So every single month, your daughter's portion of the rent was $2,300, and every single month, you paid $1,150. Every single month that she lived there.
Yes.
And that was you and your daughter's agreement. Daddy gonna pay half, you gonna pay the other half.
Yes.
And your testimony is that when it was time to get the security deposit back,
It was my money, because I was on the cosign that whatever damages or whatever money that she did not pay, that money was incurred to me because I was on the lease.
so when the security deposit came back, did you damage the property in any way?
No.
So you got the whole $1,500 back?
Yes.
So when it came back, why didn't you think of dear old mom who said in the beginning, I can afford to give the security deposit?
It slipped through my mind. I mean, it's been a year since I was living there, so I wasn't thinking about it.
Mr. Brown, why didn't you say, oh, remember your mom gave the security deposit, I gotta give her this $1,500 back?
Because she's already doing her thing. Like, the money was owed to me, because she didn't help it with anything else throughout the year that she was there for the lease.
Did you all make an agreement at that table that she was supposed to help with the monthly rent?
She said that she was gonna help with the security deposit, and that was it.
Oh, so why did you assume that she was gonna help with anything else but the security deposit?
I just assumed it was good faith. But, yeah, you know.
Well, in good faith, she did give it. She sent the Zelle.
In good faith, I didn't receive what I thought I was supposed to be owed too, so that's why the $1,500.
Oh, you feel like because you paid month after month after month after month, that the mom should have said, hey, well, I got half on that too.
Because I didn't get anything in return on my investment.
Well, I don't know what investment you made.
The $34.50 initially, in order to help my daughter get this place. You know, without my cosign, she wouldn't even have an apartment.
And so you feel like the mom came up short. She didn't do the right thing. She should have given.
Yeah, she came up short.
Did you know that your ex-husband was paying half of your daughter's rent every month?
The only thing that I understood was he said, I got the rest. So in my mind, I'm thinking, you got the rest. That means for me, don't worry about it. Just focus on what my part is. So I figured they would handle whatever the rest was outside of my $1,500 security deposit. Ex-husband.
That's what I took
All
care of.
right.
I took care of it.
I heard enough. And this is very later. Mom, I think you had the right idea. I'll help you with the security deposit. You figure it out. If that's what you need, all right. But what you didn't do was make it clear that, and when this is over, I want it back. Because you knew your name wasn't on this lease. So you knew that check wasn't going to come back in your name. But I can see that if you're having dinner with people and you think you have a co-parenting relationship that's solid, you could reasonably assume, and they understand that I'm going to give this for now, and when it comes back, it's going to come back to me. Well, Mr. Brown, you over-contributed so much paying half this rent all of these years that you think you are owed something. And the truth is, I do believe you're owed something. But it's not from your ex-wife, it's from your daughter. At the end of the day, I believe Ms. Gamble did say she would give the security deposit with the expectation, the reasonable expectation, at the end of that, it would be returned to her. For that reason, judgment for the plaintiff for $1,500. Court is adjourned.
All rise. Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,500.
$1,500, sorry, you just go ahead, take it.
Thank you. Sure, I'm here.
Please follow me. Okay, it's okay. What, $1,500, you know this.
It's
$1,500.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm good.
I just wish y'all wouldn't fight so much.
Coming up,
It was the 4th of July weekend, and we had an agreement that he was to look after Bruce, my dog, the pit bull, and we came into it knowing that he kind of gets a little frantic over the holidays, especially when it comes to fireworks.
Michael Lane claims he agreed to dog sit over the 4th of July weekend, but his good deed left him with a damaged door. Ashley Johnson admits his dog can get a little frantic when he hears fireworks, which is why he couldn't be left alone.
Good day, everyone.
Good day.
This is the case of Lane versus Johnson. Mr. Lane, you are suing Mr. Johnson for $500 in property damages. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And the defendant, Mr. Johnson, you say Mr. Lane broke and breached the agreement, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, let's start with you, Mr. Lane.
So, I agreed to watch, the defendant's dog, which I had gotten to know pretty well through some nice walks in my neighborhood, and, agreed to watch him for a 3-day weekend. I did not know that he was going to be aggressive and absolutely go Cujo on my door and destroy it.
It's not the case, Your Honor. It's not the truth.
What is the truth?
The truth is that, we had prearranged prior to, it was the 4th of July weekend, and we had an agreement that he was to look after Bruce, my dog, the pit bull, and we came into it knowing that he kind of gets a little frantic over the holidays, especially when it comes to fireworks. So I specifically made an agreement with Michael over there that he'd look after it. In fact, I brought over for the first time some CBD oil, and I gave him instructions that Michael agreed to, and would I have known that if he would have left Bruce, I would never have gone to the trouble of bringing him over.
So, Mr. Lane, when Mr. Johnson asked you to watch the dog, right? How much were you paid?
Well, I was loving watching the dog. They gave me $500 for the 3 days, which was pretty
$500 for 3 days to watch the dog?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
The problem came in that on 4th of July night, or actually afternoon, I'm a classical singer for a living, and I don't get a lot of work, and it's been a really, really hard time the last few years. So I was offered a job to sing some patriotic songs at a party that day. I did go out and take that job. During the day, I gave the dog the CBD oil. The dog was wrapped up and cozy and calm, and I had never seen any aggressive behavior from the dog before. So I went and took the job.
coming up,
Was it understood, Mr. Johnson, that Mr. Lane was just like not supposed to leave the house for 3 days?
Absolutely. Otherwise, I would have taken it into account.
we're back with the case of Michael Lane, who blames Ashley Johnson's dog for aggressively damaging a door.
Was it understood, Mr. Johnson, that Mr. Lane was just like not supposed to leave the house for 3 days?
Absolutely. Otherwise, I would have taken it into account.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have got $500. I'm still stuck on that.
Right. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Lane, your understanding was what? That you weren't confined to the house.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think I couldn't leave, like, to go to the store or go for a couple of hours just for something. I had never seen behavior like that from the dog. And by the way, I'm not asking for this money for myself. My landlord is asking me for $700 to repair this door.
No damage to the door. What did the dog do?
Yeah, I've got a picture of that for you. There you are. Okay, can you take the whole thing? All right.
What did the dog do while you were gone, Mr. Lane?
Well, that's what he did to the door that I'm responsible
Scratch
for.
the door.
Yeah, and there was some other stuff around, but I'm not worried about that. Yeah, the door's pretty damaged, and I can't afford that right now.
Well, here's a big issue right here. I just have to come in. So I get back the Monday after the fact. Didn't know that my Michael had taken this gig. So obviously when I arrived, he just happened to say that, by the way, I left for a gig. So, on one hand, I was livid that my poor dog was left alone, which was a whole issue of taking it over to him. But beyond that, I'm a reasonable man. I felt terrible what happened at the door, and I didn't leave it there. So in addition to the full $500 that I paid for his services, I gave him another $200. I got the evidence here. And what happened was...
So he had $700 for watching your dog for 3 days?
That's it.
Well, that just covers the repair to the door.
And we both agreed to that on the day.
Judge Lake's verdict, when we the people
So you gave him an extra $200, and I see it here. You transferred the money and you sent the $500. So how much did you make on your singing job?
400.
I've heard enough. Mr. Lang, listen. When you take on a responsibility, then you are obligated to perform that responsibility to the best of your ability. In this instance, I believe that the $400 you're still going to have, even after you pay for the damage in your apartment, is more than enough, considering you breached the duty of care that you owed to the dog based upon the agreement you made with Mr. Johnson. For that reason, judgment for the defendant. Court is adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case is dismissed.
I apologize, for leaving him alone.
From my side, I'm sorry for the damage caused, but for me it was the principle of breaking the agreement.
Do you think he'll be able to watch the dog again?
Absolutely.
Serena Cox claims her brother ruined a romantic evening she had planned by scaring her date away. Bruce Cox says he was doing his sister a favor as her date from the mailroom had a bad reputation.
All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lauren Lake presiding.
You may be seated.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello. Good day, everyone. This is the case of Cox versus Cox. Ms. Cox, you are suing your brother, Mr. Cox, for ruining your romantic date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Cox, you just say you are a protected brother and just doing what you're supposed to do.
That's correct, Your
All right. Let's start from the beginning, Ms. Cox. What date is this? Who is this date with?
So, Your Honor, my date, Mr. Rivers, I've been having my eye on him for months, and he finally said yes to a date, so.
Oh, you asked him out?
Yeah, I asked him out.
And you had him, an eye on him where?
Well, he works in the mailroom where I work at. I work in the C-suite, so. Your Honor, can I finish?
All right, so you work at a company, he works in the mailroom, you've been having your eye on him, and you asked him out.
Yes, so I asked him out, and he said yes, so I planned a date. That's how I got my job. I planned things, so I planned the whole day out, and it was completely ruined by my brother.
All right, so tell me what the date entailed.
Well, we're getting on the train. I spot my brother Bruce, and he gets on the train with us. So he's coming along with us, and he's talking.
How does your brother even know you're going on a date?
Exactly. He came out of nowhere. He comes out of nowhere. He spots me, I spot him. He comes out of nowhere. Now he's on the train with us, right? And he's all on my date like, hey son, let me talk to my sis. And it makes my date sit across from me.
How did you know where the date? How did you know anything, Mr. Cox?
This is purely coincidental. I was just going home, and I spot my sister on a train with this Steve Urkel looking guy, and that's pretty much how it happened. I do not know this guy. I mean, I know of him. His name is in the street as, he's a player. He's a macaroni guy. He's Don Juan.
A macaroni guy?
Yeah, he's the macaroni guy. He's Don Juan. He's slick at the
Oh,
top.
like a Mac and
He's a
girl.
Mac, yeah.
Oh, all right. So what'd you say?
I just said, I asked Mr. Milram here to slide over so I can talk to my sister. And I kind of let her know that this guy was a player, and I just try to warn her, look out for her.
That's how you asked me to move on?
So when you saw him, you were like, oh, I don't want my sister with him.
Absolutely.
All right. And so, Ms. Cox, when he says something to you about your date, what do you say back?
See, that's the thing. My brother, he's always been looking out for me. He's always been taking care of me. So it's like, I said okay just to shut him up because he will not be quiet. He's going to keep talking until he gets his point across.
All right, and then what happens? You're on the train. Does your brother keep going with you, or do you get off the train and proceed on the date that you planned?
Yes, we get off the train very shortly. And Bruce is following us to the restaurant that we go to. So now we have this
And keep in mind, I already pre-reserved, I pre-reserved the spot, I pre-reserved the food. So, you know, yes, everything is pre-reserved, but, so we get to the spot, and my date, you know, he's all in my face, he's all in my date's face, sorry. He's all in my date's face, and my date ends up asking me to go to the bathroom, and he never comes back. And now I got bruised in my face, like, see, sis, that's why you didn't need him, like, telling me
So
that.
your date, who is your witness today, ended up saying, okay, well, I want to hear from him directly. Please stand, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Step up to the podium. You've been sworn in already. State your name for the court.
Your Honor, my name is River Wilkins.
All right, Mr. Wilkins, so Ms. Cox asked you out on a date. You all work at the same place.
Yes, ma'am.
You all get on the train, get ready to go on a date, and then you see Mr. Cox, or Mr. Cox comes up to you all. Have you ever seen this Mr. Cox before?
No, I've never seen him before.
Do you know him?
I've heard about him because, like she said, you know, she said she had her eye on me, but I also had my eyes on her. I just had no idea she was ever come up.
see her from the mailroom.
See?
Are you serious?
See?
That's easy.
Right.
That's easy to do. You be condescending now. Once Mr. Cox, you know, confronts you, what happens after that?
Well, it started on the train when he first confronted me saying, well, he said that, hey, move over, let me talk to my sis. He said he was like, move over, little boy, let me talk to my sister. And my reaction was, I want to show her that I'm not flustered or I won't let anybody make me feel uncomfortable, so I just moved over.
So you never said a word. Did you ever tell Ms. Cox what he's saying isn't true? Or Ms. Cox, did you ever say, hey, is what my brother's saying true?
I didn't believe him.
All right, so both of you all just blew it off.
Oh, yeah.
I asked him a couple questions, that's it.
Yeah, he asked me 2 questions, all right. He asked me the last time I had sex in my longest relationship. Which is
I
crazy.
mean, I think those are fair questions.
She hasn't even asked me yet.
Those are fair questions, Your Honor.
And later,
He's not on business meetings, he's going out on dates, so he's
So
also.
you're saying now he's taking advantage of your friend and she's working and paying all the bills after he made her quit her good job.
we're back with the case of Selena Cox, who brought her brother Bruce Cox to court for ruining her date.
So you get off the
You
train
used to
and
cut
then what
braids?
happens?
So we get off the train, and I got my brother following us, so it's like, okay, here we go. He following us. Now, I guess he's gonna be a third one. I mean, I can't really do too
Your Honor,
much.
I just didn't follow him there. They're painting a whole picture like I'm stalking them, and I just interjected myself. That's not what happened at all.
Oh, were you there?
asked
And
me
if
to
so,
go.
how?
Yes, Your Honor, I was there.
Coincidence.
And how did you get there?
I went in the train, she asked me to pretty much go with her.
Did you ask your brother to go with you, Ms. Cox?
Absolutely not. I did not.
She asked me to go with her because she figured if I would go, he would be intimidated and he would leave. And that way, she didn't want to have to waste her
He
time.
was thinking all of that in his head. That whole conversation was all in his head.
So you decided to go to dinner. Did he sit at the table with you?
He did. He sat at the table,
Your
made
Honor,
my date sit across from me.
Why would I come from work to then go on a date with my sister and Mr. Merrill?
That's what we want to know. Because you were there.
She asked me to be there, Your Honor.
All right, and so you then took it upon yourself to scare him away to the point where he goes to the restroom and never comes back.
I was scared.
All I asked him was a couple of questions, Your Honor. I asked him a couple of questions, that's it.
Yeah, he asked me 2 questions, all right. He asked me the last time I had sex in my longest relationship.
I mean, I think those are fair questions.
She hasn't even asked me yet.
Those are fair questions, Your Honor. Those are
All
fair
right,
questions.
so you on everybody's nerves, Mr. Cox. How does this end? He leaves, and then what happens between you and your brother?
Now I'm having a date with my brother. And I love my brother to death.
He left because he didn't have any money to pay for the date.
I already paid for it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I already paid for it.
Why
So
couldn't-
wait,
why
hold
couldn't-
on now. You're at dinner. You're suing for $1,297. That's an expensive date. Do you have any
Exactly.
evidence as to
I
what
do.
you paid for?
I do.
It wasn't an expensive first date.
dinner, Your Honor.
Your evidence here.
It wasn't just a dinner. It was Jill Scott tickets. It was a dinner. And if things went as planned, let's just say I had a little surprise at the Sweet Hotel downtown North Philly.
Hotel?
Yeah, the hotel.
You
Yeah,
had
hotel. I'm grown.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ain't no
that's
hotel.
trifecta go. You was ready.
Oh, no. No, she wasn't, Your Honor. She was not ready.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
No, you weren't ready. That's the problem. That's what we know is you're not ready. So you got concert tickets, $250 each. Dinner was $388. $500 for concert tickets and $409 for this hotel. Now, did this hotel that you got, did you get it where you could cancel it if you cancel before a certain time, or did you get it so that you paid for it in advance and got the better rate? Because I know you can do that.
You only could cancel it within 24 hours, so, yeah.
It was gonna
So
be
it was
canceled
too
anyway.
late. No,
It was gonna be canceled.
you didn't even know.
All right.
It was gonna
You
be
mad, you mad.
Did you take your brother to see Jill Scott?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
So you and your brother went to see Jill Scott,
Yes.
and you just lost the money on the hotel.
Yes, everything was already paid for. It's not like I can just, cancel the tickets. It was last minute.
Well, since Mr. Melrose / Mac Daddy left, I mean, I had to eat, she had to eat. I know we were having a great time.
You want to
Mr. Cox, it is obvious from the smirk on your face, and just from the way that you want to throw little digs at Mr. Wilkins, that you just didn't want your baby sister to go out on a date with someone that you had heard bad things about, but they were just rumors. You had no idea. For all intents and purposes, Mr. Wilkins was ready, willing, and prepared to at least go to dinner and go to the concert, maybe even the hotel. But your brother interfered with that. So, Ms. Cox, I am going to award you the money for dinner because your brother sat up there and ate, and you agreed to take your co-worker to dinner. That's $388, and I'm going to award you the $250 because he went to see Jill Scott with you and should have paid for his own ticket because your date could not go. I'm not going to award you your ticket price because you actually did go to the concert.
Scared off my date, Your Honor.
I know he scared off your date. Now, if you had gone home and lost out on the concert, I might have awarded you the entire $500, but you went to the concert, and I've seen Jill Scott before, honey. She puts on a great show, so you enjoyed yourself, even with your date gone. Now, as for the hotel, you only pay for a hotel up front when you know you're showing up. In this instance, there was no guarantee that Mr. Wilkins was really going to go to the hotel or that the date was going to go well enough that you even wanted to go to that hotel. So I'm not going to award you the money for the hotel. Judgment for the plaintiff for $638. Court is adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $638.
You can go ahead and have your little mailroom, man. That's fine.
That's okay.
But he should
600
be
is
mad
just enough for
enough.
another tweet.
He should be mad enough to pay for the date and whatever you guys decide to do.
I'm paying for the next 10 days, so don't even worry about it.
It's gonna be expensive. I'm gonna get you a job there, Marilyn.
Coming up.
So it came to a point where she believed she was pregnant, and she came to him with this news, and he accused her of infidelity when he is the one committing infidelity.
Christy Petra claims she bought a plane ticket to help her friend meet her predatory boyfriend, but she never did. Helena West says her friend's gesture was a gift, so she could decide whether or not she wanted to use it.
Good day, everyone. This is the case of Petra versus West. Ms. Petra, you are suing Ms. West for $1,398 for the cost of a plane ticket. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. West, you say that ticket was a gift.
Correct.
All right, I'll start with you, Ms. Petra. What happened?
She met this guy named Liam. Liam, in a word, is literally the worst. He's a predatory older man. He's more than 20 years older than Helena, Your Honor. He convinced her to leave her stable, good job that would lead to help promote her dreams in the music field to join a music marketing company that he created.
All right, Ms. West, you were dating an older man. Did you quit your job?
Yeah, I quit my job to help Liam. We were gonna start a music marketing business together, and he told me that I just needed to help him, and we were gonna be really successful.
They went under. They lost all their money, and they were living together as a couple at
Was
that
it a
time.
made-up company or was it just an unsuccessful company?
An unsuccessful company.
So it didn't work?
It didn't work, but Liam is out networking currently in Miami, and he's finding the connections, and we're gonna make it work.
This is the problem, Your Honor. They don't have any money, yet he's out on a yacht in Miami, but he's clearly taking advantage. While he's gone, he's forcing her to work all the time, multiple extraneous hours to try to pay for both of them. In Miami, he's not on business meetings, he's going out on dates. So he's also.
You're saying now he's taking advantage of your friend and she's working and paying all the bills after he made her quit her good job.
Exactly.
Coming up,
Why did you leave that part out?
I went to visit his family and they weren't very accepting.
we're back with a dispute between Christy Petra and her friend Helena West over the cost of a plane ticket.
So it came to a point where she believed she was pregnant, and she came to him with this news, and he accused her of infidelity when he is the one committing infidelity. She needs to get out of that situation. Yes, so it's the holidays. I'm in a different place. She's alone. I say, here, if you make me a promise, you will leave him. I will buy you this ticket last minute so you can go to Pennsylvania and be with your family for the holidays. We'll get you back on your feet, find you a job, and start your life fresh.
When she offers you the plane ticket that says, now if you take this plane ticket, you gotta leave this man alone, you said okay?
Well, I don't really remember because it was such a blur. I was really emotional. I was crying. I was a wreck. And
Now why were you emotional and crying and a wreck?
well, I had just told Liam that I thought I was pregnant with his baby, and that's when he accused me of going out and seeing other guys. And,
So he said he didn't think it was his.
yeah, he said.
All right. So for you, Miss Petra, that was the last straw.
Absolutely. She was crying. She was desperate, heartbroken. I couldn't stand it.
Can you please hand me any evidence you may have?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any evidence to present to the court, Ms. West?
No.
Nothing. Okay. So this is the plane ticket for $1,398 going to Philly Airport. So you all had an exchange. I see you presented here, Ms. Petra. Ms. West, you said you didn't know what to do. That Liam basically kicked you out of his family home. Why did you leave that part out?
Well, that was back over the other weekend when I went to visit his family and they weren't very accepting of me.
Judge Lake's verdict when We the People return.
So then Ms. Petra says, all right, I'll get you out of there. I can get you a flight home now. But you have to promise you won't go back to that loser. Please, yes. You tell her, yes, I will do that. I'll promise that. Send your flight information and I'll do it. And then she booked the flight. All right, so gifts are usually not revocable. Conditional gifts are something else. It's obvious from this writing that you agreed, hey, if you buy me this ticket to go back home, I am gonna leave this man alone. It's plain as that. You did not fulfill your end of that bargain because you're back with him, right? Yes, you owe your girlfriend $1,398 for the plane ticket. Judgment for the plaintiff for $1,398. Court's adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,398.
Hannah, I told you, stand up for yourself. I love you. I care for you.
Why do you always act like I owe you something?
You know he's toxic. You know it. Believe in yourself.
Henry Westbrook claims he hired a matchmaker to help find his Mrs. Right, but instead he was set up with women who turned out to be Ms. Wrong. Mia Wang says Mr. Westbrook was way too picky for his dating criteria to be met.
All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lauren Lake presiding.
You may be seated.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, thank you, Sean. Good day, everyone. This is the case of Westbrook versus Wang. Mr. Westbrook, you are suing Ms. Wang for $1,500 for failed matchmaking services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and Ms. Wang, you said you did your job and that Mr. Westbrook's just overly picky.
That's correct.
So I'll start with you, plaintiff, Mr. Westbrook. So you hired Ms. Wang to be a matchmaker for you.
Yes.
All right, what prompted you to hire a matchmaker?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, at my age and at this stage of my life, I'm the CEO of a PR marketing firm in Manhattan, New York. I'm working really hard. I don't really have time to go out and date. So I said, well, I'm making a lot of money. I can hire somebody to do this for me. So I searched online.
Outsource that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we have to delegate these things. So I looked online and I found her services online. And I said, okay, this is something specifically for high net worth elite individuals, which is, my community. And so I hired Ms. Mia Wayne to do the service for me. We drew up a contract. I paid her the sum of $1,500. And she
You had
did
to pay
not.
that up front?
That was yes, ma'am.
All right. So you paid $1,500 up front. And what did you tell Ms. Wayne you were looking for?
I had to be very specific with my criteria because honestly, at this stage in my life, I can't play around with this. So I said, listen, I'm gonna pay you this sum of money. I need her to be at least 5'7". I'm 6'3". Also, I need her to be college educated. At least a bachelor's degree. These are very important things to me. I need her to want to have children. I wanted her to be under the age of 35. Things like that, really important. These are like deal breaker things for me.
So, Ms. Wayne, I want to come to you. How long have you been in business?
5 years.
What is your typical clientele like?
My clientele, Your Honor, are high net worth individuals, CEOs, presidents, founders of companies. They have to have at least $1 million net worth, and if they're working, they have to have $500,000 income annually.
How do you work with people's preferences or their requirements?
Your Honor, it's love that we're talking about. So my service don't guarantee all those check marks, checking all the boxes. This is, two human beings, falling in love and having chemistry. So I will take those requirements and criteria and jot them down and try to match it as much as I can.
And how do you find the young ladies? How do you match them? Do men come to you or do the ladies come to you as well?
It's both.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a really fantastic database because I love meeting people.
So you all do go into, there's a contract, right?
That's right.
Did anybody bring that
I
contract?
did.
I'd like to see that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sean. So, Ms. Wayne, when you do the contract, was this the standard contract that you do, or was there anything different about the contract you did with Mr. Westbrook?
No, it's a standard contract. Every time I start with a client and we discuss, all the criterias, I provide my service. And this particular case, my service was promised to Mr. Westbrook that I would bring him 3 dates within a month.
Within 30 days?
That's correct.
So 3 dates. Set up a total of 3 dates for the client with 3 different women over the course of 1 month, 30 days. $1,500 for 3 dates. Okay, I see this here. So let's talk about the dates, Mr. Westbrook. What was your first date like?
Your Honor, it was a fiasco.
Oh, really?
To be honest, just in all actuality, I'll give Ms. Wayne this. The young ladies were beautiful. They were attractive. But out of my list of criteria that I specifically outlined to her, that was the only thing that she got right.
Coming up.
The moment, before we went downstairs, she stood up off the bar stool at the bar. She was like with shoes on, maybe 5'3".
And what's wrong with that?
And later.
Now, your son ended up getting hurt.
I told Mr. Jacobowski, I don't want Daniel on this, just so you know. I went to the store one day, I come back, Daniel's on there, and Rob is coaching him up there.
We're back with a dispute between Henry Westbrook and matchmaker Mia Wang over failed matchmaking services.
I don't see the criteria in the contract, though. So is the criteria done in a separate piece of paper?
The criteria was done in our meeting, verbally. She said, I work with clients like you all the time. The elite individuals, and you're high net worth and you're high value. I work with you guys all the time, but I know what you want. I know what you need. I can get it for you. She
And you agreed to that and signed the contract?
I did.
Okay, so your first date you said was a fiasco. What happened?
On the first date, I agreed to meet the young lady at a rooftop bar at the top of one of the hotels in Manhattan that I like to frequent. And upon my arrival, she was already there. We shared a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs. We shook hands. We were at the bar having drinks. just had a really good time, actually. A good vibe was going on. And so as the night went on, I said, well, did you want to maybe go downstairs and maybe walk Times Square, see some of the sights? And she was like, yeah, let's do it. So we went downstairs, and the moment, before we went downstairs, she stood up off the bar stool at the bar. She was like with shoes on, maybe 5'3".
And what's wrong with that?
I just want to clarify that during our meeting with Mr. Westbrook, he did mention all his criteria, but I had a thought that he had a lot of criteria, and I did say to him that I will try my very best to meet his criteria. There was no promises.
All right, so this woman you felt like had some of the other criteria, but she just wasn't that tall.
She was perfect.
So when she stood up off the bar stool and she was short, Mr. Westbrook, you was done with it.
Well, it wasn't so much like that. I'm a nice guy, but the whole night I'm thinking, I'm paying for this. I paid someone for the service, and they didn't meet my criteria. Now, to be honest with you, Your Honor, I'm a bachelor in Manhattan. I can go get a date anytime I want to. However, I paid Ms. Wayne specifically for this service with criteria attached to it. She didn't provide that.
All right, so tell me what the second date was. What was wrong with the second date?
On the second date, just to cut to the chase, the young lady, we were sitting at the coffee house having coffee and, having a talk and getting to know one another. And in the middle of the talk, she explains that she didn't, she barely graduated from high school and she never went to college. And right then, in my mind, I'm like, am I hearing this correctly? Is this really what I'm hearing? When I specifically told Ms. Wayne, she must be college educated. She has to have at least a bachelor's degree, Your Honor.
All right, and then what about the third date? What went wrong there? You didn't like her because...
I actually was falling in love with her.
Oh, on the first date?
No.
Oh.
We went on actually 5 dates.
Oh,
This is how...
This guy's crazy. You went on that 5 days, you're looking for your money.
With someone, just to cut to the chase, Your Honor, on the 5th date, we're hugging, I gave her a kiss. I said, do you want me to walk you to your door? Do you want some company? Are you lonely? And so I walked into the door. And so we embraced each other, we kissed each other. And while I'm standing there embracing, a man walks up to the front door, opens the front door, in his boxers.
And he was at her house?
At her house. And I'm looking at her, she's caught with this situation, and then she runs after me. I'm walking away. She runs after me saying, oh, he's just my ex-husband. He just needs a place to stay right now.
So, Ms. Wang, did you know anything about this ex-husband?
No.
All right, so we don't know if when she filled out the paperwork for Ms. Wang, whether he was really staying there or not. We don't know if she lied or not, but what we do know is you enjoyed her. There's absolutely no way they could guarantee that a person you're looking for, the person they could match you with, could have every single thing on the criteria. Now, they might get someone, but you still may not like them, because what I can see now is you're going to find a way to not like somebody. And you're right, you're a successful man. There really should be no reason why you shouldn't be able to find a date. I know a lot of single, successful women in Manhattan. They would love to go out on a date with a nice brother, but they don't want to go out with a brother who is so picky.
Yeah.
Tears apart every opportunity there is. You did not, in this contract you signed,
He's
anywhere
so
say
picky.
that if one of these dates was missing any one of these criteria, that would not fulfill Ms. Wang's obligation under the contract. Your contract said 3 dates. You testified against your own interest by saying you met a girl you almost fell in love with. You had a great time on the first date, but she was short. You were basically testifying to the fact that you enjoyed at least 2 out of the 3 dates. She does not guarantee you're going to get married. She doesn't guarantee you're going to get engaged. And she doesn't guarantee that somebody may not lie. She can't guarantee that. Stop talking. I'm done. Mr. Westbrook, next time you sign a contract, do a matchmaking service, look at the fine print, read it through, and if you want those guarantees, add those in. They were not in this contract. And I will say this, if you really want to find love, you've got to put as much effort as you have in getting on my nerves as to getting out of your own way. Because the only one that's stopping you from having a nice date is you. Because you done wore me out. This is my first case today. You done wore me out today, okay? I'm ready to go. Your case is dismissed. Judgment for the defendant. Court is adjourned.
Judge Judge Blake has
It's
ruled
too
in
short,
favor
it's
of the
too this,
defendant.
it's too dark.
The plaintiff's case is dismissed.
I'm just glad people are gonna see that you run a scam business.
You know the scam, like.
Business with 95% success rate.
5'7" is pretty tall.
I am sorry that you are just shutting yourself out of like love opportunities.
Coming up,
And it's the adults.
I mean, it says it, you know, you have, they pay 1,500, right? They pay 1,500.
Yeah, it's
1,500, that's why he wants to cry. He must,
Wendy
like, the guy has a
Shepard
problem.
claims her neighbor is to blame for her son's injuries after he installed an unsafe climbing wall in his yard. Rob Jacobowski
It's the kind of people
says
that
the
don't
child
drain you at
trespassed,
all.
which is why he was
Drain your
injured.
last
Good
breath.
day, everyone. All right, this is the case of Saperstein versus Jacobowski. Ms. Saperstein, you are suing Mr. Jacobowski for $1,370 for your son's medical expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Jacobowski, you say her son was trespassing. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, I'll start with you, ma'am. What happened?
Basically, about a year ago, Rob had put a little jungle gym in his front yard, and the children loved it. They were climbing all over it day and night, and he was letting them climb all over it. And I
The
had
children in the neighborhood,
the children in the neighborhood.
including your child?
Yes,
How old is he?
10,
10, and what's his name?
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yes.
Okay, so the kids in the neighborhood, there's like this thing in the front. Did you bring a picture of it?
I did, actually.
Okay, let me see. So it's in the front of his yard, and the kids want to play on it, he lets them play on it.
Right, they were,
Okay, so it's kind of like a rock climbing thing.
yeah, but I mean, look, the map doesn't even cover the whole pavement. You can
Yes,
go
on
along
the
and break your head in.
pavement, period. You put that there for what? For the neighborhood kids to play on, or because you enjoy this kind of rock climbing activity?
I do it for a living and also for my enjoyment. And while we were there, kids took interest, and I allowed them to have some fun on it as well.
Now, your son ended up getting hurt.
I had told Mr. Jacobowski, I don't want Daniel on this, just so you know. I went to the store one day, I come back, Daniel's on there, and Rob is coaching him up there, like against my wishes. And so for that reason, I'm part of the HOA. I looked up the rules. It said, you know, you can't have garbage in your front yard, so I had him remove it. And then he put it in the backyard.
Coming up,
You tell me you never asked him.
No, because he was in a time of pain. I didn't want to accuse him and raise his stress level.
we're back with the case of Wendy Saperstein, who blames her neighbor Rob Jacobowski for her son's climbing injuries.
So you complied. You moved your climbing wall to your yard. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and once you moved it to your yard, is your yard fenced in?
It is now. After I put it in, I put a fence around it with no trespassing sign and a lock on the door.
So you lock the door, no trespassing signs. I see the fence, and a lock to make sure they cannot get in. So from that point, you say your son got injured, Ms. Saperstein? How did your son get into Mr. Jacobowski's yard?
Well, I don't really know. I just know that he came to me crying, and he said that he was climbing on the thing just like he had always been allowed to do in the past when it was in the front yard. And you couldn't move his arm, it was limp, and he was covered in bruises and scrapes. And I freaked out like any mother would.
Did you ask him, what were you doing over in Mr. Jacobowski's yard after I told you don't go over there?
Well, of course not, because he's just a child. And it's the adult's responsibility, together, collectively, we're part of an HOA, to protect the children.
No, it's your job to protect your child. You're the mother.
I don't question my children. I trust them. Daniel's a very good boy.
I'm gonna leave it alone, because y'all got this new style of parenting.
I figure if he falls out of a tree, that's a lesson enough to stay out of his yard. But it still
Okay.
makes the point that he shouldn't have that in there in the first
So
place.
it's Mr. Jacobowski's fault.
Judge Lake's verdict when We the People returns. Promotional consideration provided by. You're watching We the People with Judge Lauren Lake.
Ms. Saperstein, you can't come to court and say you want to sue Mr. Jacobowski for your son's injuries, but when I ask you, how did he get in the yard, You tell me you never asked him.
No, because he was in a time of pain. I didn't want to accuse him and raise his stress levels.
All right.
Oh my God.
So,
So what happened after the
in your
pain
attempt
comes
to
down?
be such an accommodating mother, you have left the door open so wide that your child is not thinking about safety first. He's not thinking about, let me make sure I don't do something that can cause myself harm. The fact that probably to this date, he has not been read the riot act because he's over trespassing in somebody's yard, probably means he's likely to do it again. And at some point, you're gonna understand that you've got to do what I do every day, lay down the law. Your case has been dismissed, Ms. Saperstein, judgment for the defendant. Court is adjourned.
Judge Link has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case is dismissed.
Well, I think you should put it inside where no kids can get to it. I will make it law.
It is inside.
No law will be HOA.
What? She's a troublemaker.
Please follow me this.
Farah Ruba Hassani claims her mommy makeover left her with a botched breast lift. Dr. Thomas Grasby claims his offer to perform a second surgery was refused.
All right.
This is like crazy.
You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good day, everyone. This is the case of Hassani versus Grasby. Ms. Hassani, you are suing Mr. Grasby for professional malpractice in the amount of $4,500. You claim that he botched your mommy makeover. Explain.
So I'm a mother of two, and I'm in the fashion designing business, and I just feel this pressure to look good. And after having two babies and breastfeeding, I just didn't feel my best. And I went to Dr. Grasby because he was known as the mommy makeover guy, and he was having a discount. And I thought, you know, maybe I should just invest in something like this. So I went to go get a mommy makeover.
What does a mommy makeover entail?
It's different surgeries depending on what your body looks like, but I felt very vulnerable. He saw me naked. I told him all the areas on my body that I didn't feel good about. So he gave me liposuction, a tummy tuck, and a botched
For 45,
breast lift.
for
And I don't know,
4,500.
Crazy.
That's cheap.
It's really embarrassing
Too cheap.
being in the
You
courtroom
went to
right
a
now
cheap
because
place, you got a
as
cheap.
you can tell, when sideways like this, you can tell that
One breast is higher than the other.
You gotta turn sideways. You can see it from the front.
You say this is a result.
For 4,500, tummy tuck, breast lift.
Okay.
Oh my God. But look at the breast. One is bigger than one is open.
Good day, Your Honor.
Oh my God, that was a lot.
Indeed. And no, I did not.
Talk to me about when you saw Ms. Hassani in your office. She wanted a mommy makeover. Is this something that you do often?
Your Honor, I have been a plastic surgeon for 16 years.
Okay.
I've been specializing in mommy makeovers for the past 10.
Maybe
After my
it's time
wife
to retire.
decided that she wanted to have something like that done. And I realized what joy that could bring to mothers. So I've specialized in it for 10 years. I've done over 1,000 and probably thousands of plastic surgery procedures.
And does the mommy makeover, is it always the same three?
No, it is not. It is those three areas, but not always the same procedure. There could be breast augmentation, there could be breast reduction, there could be a breast lift, there could be other types of things.
But when you saw Ms. Hassani, you came to the conclusion you would perform lipo, tummy tuck, and a breast lift. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She testified that she's satisfied with the lipo and the tummy tuck. Is that correct? It is the breast lift, which I can see from here, that one breast is higher than the other. She said she's dissatisfied with that. How do you address that?
Your Honor, people heal differently, and people heal at different rates on different parts of their body. I explained some of the procedural things that she needed to be aware of, some of the dangers and some of the things that she...
What are the dangers?
Just as I said, people heal differently. Swelling in different parts of the body can reduce and change the size of things.
How long ago was this surgery?
it was a few months ago, and can I please show you what it was supposed to look like after the healing process,
Yes.
which you said was only 3 weeks?
Yes, thank you, Sean.
You can tell that one breast is significantly higher than the other. And then when I looked at my stitches and my scars, I noticed that on my left breast, there were a lot more stitches, and there was barely anything under my right breast. So I really don't think he did much work. I think he lifted one and forgot to do the other.
Really? All right, so I'm looking at this evidence you presented, and I can see that the left breast is significantly higher than the right. Now, how long after your surgery was this picture taken?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. And now you're at 3 months.
I'm at 3 months and nothing is looking any different. He's talking about swelling. All the swelling is gone. I really just don't think he did the surgery. People make mistakes. They're human. They make mistakes. Sometimes people do the wrong surgery on the wrong knee. They do things like that all the time. I think he forgot to do the other breast.
That is not the case, Your Honor.
So, Dr. Grassley, how do you explain this?
Coming up.
Now he wants me to come and pay $2,900 more to get one breast lifted that
Your Honor,
is
she
his
demanded a
mistake
complete
in the
refund.
first place.
And I am not willing to give her a complete refund. She is here. I'm a 5-star practicing surgeon.
And later.
And she very flippantly said, yes, please, thanks, and rushed out. We used to be
Did you
close.
tell her, yes, please, thanks?
I said thanks because I wanted to get rid of her. I wanted to go away for the weekend, and she was being a pest.
We're back with the case of Era Ruba Hassani, who blames Dr. Thomas Grasby for her botched mommy makeover.
Why would you think that she would be satisfied with one breast sitting higher than the other when the whole point of her coming to you is to have you restructure it so she felt more confident?
Your Honor, it is not usual, but it is not unheard of for a patient to need an adjustment after the swelling and everything has gone down. Sometimes a patient will need to come back for a slight
So did you tell her she needed to come back for additional work?
I did tell her that she had the option to come back and that.
He wanted to charge me again. He wanted to charge me $2,900
No, Your Honor.
after I already spent $4,500.
No, Your Honor.
He wanted to charge me
So it was
$2,900
$4,500 for the breast
for the
lift alone?
mommy
No, ma'am.
makeover.
For the whole mommy
Yes,
makeover?
and now he wants me to come and pay $2,900 more to get one breast lifted that
Your Honor,
is
she
his
demands a
mistake
complete
in the
refund.
first place.
And I am not willing to give her a complete refund. She is here. I'm a 5-star practicing surgeon, well respected,
Yes.
and she is trying to smear my
And
name.
now I understand that, Dr. Grasby. I am struggling to understand why, after you performed a surgery that you can obviously see didn't yield the results a woman would want them to yield, why you would not then do the extra work that you say might be done, but for free.
May I present this, Your Honor?
Please do. What is that, sir?
Your Honor, that is what the bill would be from the hospital and the anesthesiologist, which I have no control over. I have offered to give her corrective surgery
I
and
don't want you
adjustment
touching
and
my body
adjustments.
again, okay? You
Which
already
is
messed it up one
rare.
time.
So you're
No,
saying
no.
that you basically are not gonna charge for your services,
And I have
but
no
you
control
are
over
going to
that.
have to pay the hospital cost of $1,500 and the anesthesiologist $1,400. That's why you said it would be $2,900.
Which I have no control over, Your Honor.
This is the bottom line, is that I can look at this woman and see clearly that one breast is significantly lower than the other. When a woman comes to you for a mommy makeover, she expects to be made to look better than when she came in.
And I have offered.
No, but what you should do is offer the service within the price paid, because within the price paid, you are saying, I am going to perform the service well, and if that doesn't happen, you should be re-performing it until it is up to reasonable standards. This is not
I have
reasonable.
offered to do that, Your Honor.
But
and
for
she's
a
been
fee.
unreasonable. Not my fee. I have offered to do it for free for her. I have no control over the anesthesiologist. I have no control.
But that
over
needs
the
to come out of your pocket.
And Your Honor.
Why wouldn't that come out of your pocket?
Because I don't.
You know why? because you were already not charging enough for the services in the first place. And Ms. Hassani, you should have a red flag. As soon as you heard $4,500 for 3 surgeries, that don't make no kind of sense.
He said that he normally has it at $9,000 and that they were doing a special.
So now
that's
my
why I took
question,
advantage of it.
this doesn't make any sense. So my question to you is, why sue him for the whole $4,500 when 2 out of the 3 surgeries went well?
Because I'm in there to get a mommy makeover. That means I'm supposed to come out feeling really great about myself, and I'm an emotional mess now. I can't even go in front of my own husband anymore. I don't feel comfortable, even though he makes me feel beautiful. I don't feel beautiful anymore.
And have you done any research, and can you present to the court what it would cost you to have this reconstruction done at another surgery?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
I talked to a breast surgeon, specializes in breast, told me this was a botched breast lift, and that he would do it and fix it for me for $4,500. He said.
So this doctor says just the breast reconstruction is $4,500.
That's what
I have read, heard, and understood for the people who I know who have had it, this is the price for one breast that I think is more realistic than an entire mommy makeover, $4,500. You have to accept some culpability in this, Ms. Hassani, because I don't think you did your due diligence.
I don't think I knew enough about these surgeries. I think I just put myself out there and I trusted him.
Every sale ain't a good bargain. But I am looking at this woman, this work that you've performed on her is not up to standard, Dr. Brasby. You should want to get this fixed immediately. You should have not even want her running around town talking about Dr. Brasby did my mommy makeover.
Your Honor, I had
So looking at what I can witness here, this is the best evidence that you could ever offer. That's not done right. And for this reason, judgment for the plaintiff for $4,500. Court is adjourned.
Judge Lake has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $4,500.
You shouldn't be doing any more surgery, okay? You don't know what you're doing, okay?
You walked into this with your eyes open, and clearly you don't understand the risks, and you didn't follow medical advice. I told you what needed to be done. I told you I was willing to do it, and you have walked away.
Coming up.
Do you often go on other people's property in the neighborhood if you see something suspicious?
Yes, only if it's married. I know I talk a lot, so just stop me if you feel I am.
Don't worry, I will.
Lynn Rye claims her sprinkler system was broken after she caught her neighbor snooping. Martha Loken says she was concerned there was a possible intruder at Ms. Rye's house.
Good day, everyone. Ms. Rye, you're coming to court today because you claim that the defendant, Ms. Loken, should pay you $2,000 in property damage. You claim that the defendant broke your sprinkling system when she was snooping around your house. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Explain.
We've been neighbors for about 10 years. Ms. Loken has a habit of snooping around people's property. And I went for the weekend, and when I came back, she was in the backyard, and I went out there to confront her, and she claims she stepped on a sprinkler.
So you go outside to confront Ms. Loken, what, to ask her, why are you in my yard?
Exactly.
And so how many times have you caught her snooping or being present on your property?
Well, she's our neighborhood watch person.
Are you the neighborhood watch?
Yes, but not because I wanted to be nosy.
Do you often go on other people's property in the neighborhood if you see something suspicious?
Yes, only if it's merited. I know I talk a lot, so stop me if you feel I am.
Don't worry, I will.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically I was taking my dog Wally for a walk, and as we were walking, I noticed that the side door that leads to her backyard was ajar. So that was already a signal for me to be.
And it's usually closed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I saw a truck I'd never seen before parked along the driveway. And note that this was right after she and I had this conversation where she said she's going to be gone for the weekend. Could I please take a look at her house? We used to do this all the time for each other.
Stop right there.
Yes.
Coming up.
Did you tell her yes, please, thanks?
I said thanks because I wanted to get rid of her. I wanted to go away for the weekend, and she just.
We're back with a dispute between neighbors Lynn Rye and Martha Loken over a broken sprinkler.
She told you, Ms. Wright told you, Ms. Logan, I'm gonna be gone for the weekend, would you keep an eye on the house? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is, I saw her leaving, so we had a little chat. I said, are you going for the weekend? She goes, yes. I said, would you like me to check in? And she very flippantly said, yes, please, thanks, and rushed out. We used to be
Did you
close.
tell her, yes, please, thanks?
I said thanks because I wanted to get rid of her. I wanted to go away for the weekend, and she was being a pest.
All right, you're walking your dog, your thought is?
My dog starts to bark.
Okay.
My dog never barks when we walk down her home. So I said, okay, another third sign, right? So I texted her. I wouldn't just barge in, Your Honor. Said, are you home? Let me know that you're okay. No response. That's very unlike her. So I went through the side door, saw the strange man in her kitchen, got surprised, and then the next thing I knew,
You
she
went in
starts
the
screaming.
house too?
No, just the backyard. But you
Oh.
can see. So now I'm more concerned, right? So now I couldn't see her from my vantage point. And
So this was a person,
Hi,
if he
guys.
got an ad on Craigslist for a girlfriend, that's his business, but that's not why I contacted him.
You contacted him because of a car?
Yeah.
And so, Mr. Smith, in this ad, describe to the court exactly what you saw.
I never saw the ad, that's what he told me it was. He told me the ad was that he was searching for a girlfriend.
And what else did he tell you?
Nothing really, I mean, after I started questioning him, that's when he shut down, he would not answer me, he hung up, and then he would never answer my calls again. So I really don't know to what extent that went to.
But your spidey sense.
Yes.
Then.
Told me there was more, told me there was
All right.
more, right.
So, Miss Melody, why is it when your husband called him to ask about his Craigslist ad, he wasn't like, yeah, man, I got a car to sell?
I mean, I don't know, we weren't like together.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we ended up talking,
There we go.
But
so let's just get
it
to the
didn't
truth.
start off like.
Okay. Look, let's just start with the truth. You called him maybe about the car at first.
Yes.
But then you kept talking. And how did that conversation go?
We were supposed to go out for drinks, we were supposed to meet up, we never actually did.
Oh.
Okay, now we're getting, look,
Yeah.
that's why we're here. You don't come all the way to paternity court to come up in here and tell a lie, because at the end of the day, the DNA is gonna show whether you're lying or not. So, this courtroom is an opportunity to just get it out. Tell it like it is. So you call the guy, you end up on the phone, which is why when Mr. Smith called him back, he didn't want to talk to him. He thought he had probably gotten in the middle of somebody's relationship, so he stopped answering and stopped taking his calls. Right?
That's exactly what happened.
So you making him think he's crazy when you're making a date to have drinks. So his spidey sense is right. So now, Mr. Smith, this is one instance. What happened after that that caused you further doubt and suspicion?
Well, she has a history of dating African American men, Hispanic men, and that's really why when my baby was born, I thought that she's not mine. I mean, you can see here in the pictures, Your Honor, that I.
Let me see those.
That, I mean, she's very dark.
She's bruised.
You feel like the coloring in her forehead indicates that she's African American, or do you feel like her skin tone, you feel like is a darker skin
Just her
tone?
overall skin tone.
Her
is
skin
very
tone has more of an olive complexion, and you, of course, are a fairer complexion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
When she was born, I wasn't fully dilated. So when she came out, like, she was bruised. He wasn't there for her birth.
I was on a business trip 2 hours away.
Proof
Plus,
that you had no,
hours.
yeah.
Okay, question. Before she was even here, did you have so much doubt where you questioned whether or not she was your child?
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that based on?
Right around Valentine's Day, she actually sent between 5 and 7 new pictures of herself to an ex. I went through her phone and I seen she was talking.
We weren't together.
So
We're
again,
not
just like I did the Craigslist guy, I called this guy off my phone. And he didn't want to talk to me at all. You know what, I'm at the point in the relationship where I'm like, you know what, I really want to know what's going on. So I sent him $100 cash for him to tell me, just tell me what's going on with you and my girlfriend.
So you called her ex,
Yeah.
and he took your money,
He took my money.
and he told you.
And he sent me the pictures.
What did he tell you?
He didn't say anything. All he did was send me the pictures back that she had sent him. Yeah. They were all topless nude pictures.
Recent pictures?
Yes, Your Honor. She actually sent me the same ones.
Oh, boy. So, Miss Melody, you smiling, so he's not lying.
Oh, there's so much more to it that he's gonna give his part. He's not gonna bring up what he had done, and I really don't want to like bring that up right now. But yeah, he knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did, and he cheated on me with many people.
Okay.
And he's sitting here trying to act like he's such a good person. No, he's not.
Okay, we've all made our mistakes, but before.
Let me be clear, just so you know, Miss Melody. I don't think for 1 minute either one of you are angels. What I'm trying to figure out are the circumstances surrounding the issues relating to the paternity claims. So you sent the pictures to this ex, right? Because you all had a falling out. Were there only pictures sent, or was there also a sexual encounter?
No, just pictures.
So, Mr. Smith, when the guy sent you back these pictures, you thought she may have slept with this guy too?
Yes, Your Honor, and I just recently found out that right around the time that she sent those pictures to him was when he actually came into town, right around the time she got pregnant.
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in over 2 years.
So you're saying when he came to town, you didn't see him?
We haven't seen each other in over 2 years.
Are there any other instances that make you doubt?
No, he's just very jealous. He's like, I don't know, he comes up with stuff. I applied for jobs on Craigslist. I went and applied for a job for cleaning, just cleaning, and I could bring my kids. First he thought I was trying to get with the guy, and then he thought it was for a sexy maid. I would never put an outfit on for someone I don't even know, let alone get paid for it and have my kids there. And so, no, I've been faithful to him. I've never cheated on him.
Okay, so bottom line is, before Savannah's born, you question her again because you have the whole incident with the Facebook pictures, with the nude pictures and the ex-boyfriend and the $100, and then he sends you the pictures. That happened right before
Yes.
Savannah.
Yes.
And now, this entire marriage is on the line. You moved away to another state. She's by herself raising the kids. Are you sending her support?
No. And now he's denying our 2-year-old. So he didn't doubt her. He didn't deny her until Savannah was born. He was there for her birth. He cut her umbilical cord. He was the first one to hold her. But no.
Natalie, you were there for the entire birth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you there for Savannah too?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right.
And that's when
So
she
did
ran.
you not show because you were at work, or did you not show because you weren't coming anyway, whether you were working or not?
It was a little bit of both, to be honest.
Okay, that's what I want, honesty. Because you were so convinced that Savannah potentially was not your child.
Okay.
You were not even going to be a part of the birth. Did you go to any doctor's appointments, anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I have been to several
He
doctors.
went to one doctor's appointment for Savannah.
When it just got too much and then you just said, you know what, I'm not even coming for this baby that could potentially be mine to be born?
Because there's so much infidelity on her part that, I mean, I'm still young. I've been supporting her and the kids for years now.
No.
And for her to just disrespect me like that and go off cheating.
I've never
everybody
cheated
that
on
she wants
him.
to.
He's the only one who's ever cheated in our relationship. I've been faithful. Yeah, I talked to somebody, but when we were together, we were a team. Now we're not together. Now I'm raising my kids on my own. We're married. We're supposed to be together. And now you're in a different state. Like why marry me? We got married after Savannah was born. If you had such doubts, would you marry me? Would you get a tattoo of all of our names on your back?
Well, this is what I'm
That's
trying to
permanent.
figure out. This is exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Now you have you have tattoos of the children's names on you.
Yes,
The
Your
kids you now say you don't think are yours.
Yes, Your
Well, what day did you get the tattoo?
Honor.
The point of that question is you, as you all talk, it's like you're off more than you're on. But you're married. When you're married and you have an argument, you're not broken up. You just had an argument.
It's more like we're roommates with kids. I mean, that's how it's
No,
been.
then why get married? I want my kids to have a father. I want us to be a family. I didn't have.
The bottom line is if the kids are not mine, I want a divorce. I mean, I have the papers here. I'll go ahead and sign my half of the papers. If they're not mine, that's it.
Good, I'll sign it too. I'll sign it even if they are yours. If you're not gonna step up, then whatever.
So, Mr. Smith, you're over there. Jerome, hand me that paperwork you just signed.
I'll sign it too. You can hand it to me.
With the help of Zero's small business accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So business is a breeze. And I've got bigger plans. Search Zero with an X.
Oh my, yeah.
Feed the whole crew with 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for just $6.99 each from Domino's.
We've been here from the jump. What makes me feel forward motion. I don't like ceilings, I don't like walls. I keep pushing it forward, and I'll just let them keep up.
As a therapist myself, I know how important it is to be able to have someone that you can talk to about your problems, to bounce ideas off of, process your traumas and your stressors, especially when life is getting out of hand. And although everyone should have a therapist like that they can talk to, sometimes it's difficult to find the right person who's the right fit for you and your needs. Thankfully, BetterHelp has an online quiz and tool that streamlines the entire process for you to better help you find a therapist that's going to meet your needs by asking you what your preferences are, what your experiences are, what kind of therapy style you're looking for, and that way it can match you with the best therapist specifically for you. And thanks to BetterHelp's online platform, actually communicating with your therapist, whether it be via messaging, phone call, video chat, is incredibly easy. You can communicate with your therapist at times that are the most convenient for you so that you can have flexibility to communicate with them not only anytime, but also anywhere. Whether that be at home, at a park, in your car, whatever's most convenient for you, things are flexible so you can get the help you need when you need it. So if you feel like you're in hard times, you can try out BetterHelp for yourself.
Miss Melody, you were explaining to this court, you said you didn't grow up with your father.
No, I didn't, and it affected me a lot.
How did it affect you?
I don't know, I would stay up all night just like hoping that my mom and my dad would get back together, and I was so mean to my mom for it. Like, I blamed her for everything, and I don't want my girls to do that. I don't want them to feel like it was my fault. I tried, I've been trying. Like, I wanted my family, I did everything I could. Like, I've gotten, like, even though he's cheating on me.
You didn't want it that bad if you're gonna send him naked pictures and talk to all these guys and meet up with guys. You didn't want it that bad? You didn't want it that bad, did you? I'm the young one here, I'm the youngest. You're 3 years old.
Then don't have kids.
You're 3 years older than me.
If you're
And I
so
became
young,
the mature one?
then learn, don't have kids.
Right.
Wrap it up.
Okay. Right.
I'm raising my kids by myself. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't have kids on my own. I don't want to be raising 2 kids on my own. They ask for them all the time.
Okay, you just handed me divorce papers.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're saying if these children are not yours, you want a divorce.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've signed your half of the paperwork.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't salvage this marriage otherwise. Both children have to be yours?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's time for the results. Jerome, I'd like to start with the older child, Natalie, please. Thank you. These results were prepared by DNA Diagnostics, and they read as follows. In the case of Melody versus Smith, when it comes to 2-year-old Natalie Smith, it has been determined by this court, Mr. Smith, you are her father. Let's move on to Savannah. These results were prepared by DNA Diagnostics, and they read as follows. In the case of Melody versus Smith, as it pertains to 9-month-old Savannah Melody, Mr. Smith, in the case of Melody versus Smith, as it pertains to 9-month-old Savannah Melody, Mr. Smith, you are Savannah's father. No.
No, but I missed out on all this time. Savannah's crawling now, and he's missing out on all of it. And
You are missing out on some very important moments, Mr. Smith.
I really hope we can work this out now. I mean, now that I know for sure that they're both mine.
So,
if you're willing to work it out, I am.
What did I hear, Miss Melody?
Yeah, I am.
You're willing to work things out?
Yes.
So with that said, I have your divorce papers here.
You can keep them, Your Honor.
I can keep them?
Yes.
So I can rip them up?
Yes.
All right, can I rip them? All right, I like it. Ms. Jones is sex crazed and had intercourse with multiple men during the time of conception. And you intend to prove you are not her child's father, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jones, you say Mr. Smith is nothing but a deadbeat who will grasp onto any excuse to get out of being a daddy to your daughter. You say today's paternity test results will prove that he is her father, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Smith, you say the evidence points to several other men?
Yes,
Explain.
Yes, Your Honor. She is a sex addict and a compulsive liar. When I first met Janisha, we had sex on the first night. I took her virginity. A few hours later, she had sex with another man.
Oh!
So I can tell you multiple reasons why I believe I am not the father of her child.
Miss, Jones,
How would you
these are
even
some
this
very
for this
strong
kind of man?
allegations about your sexual practices.
Yes.
Do you agree?
No. The only compulsive liar is him. Yes, I am a sex addict, but only with the person I am in a relationship with was him at the time.
What was your relationship like?
We were best friends at first, and then we started having sex.
Well, hold on. We became best friends the day we had sex.